Okay, should be live. Should be getting some audio coming through. Let's go to our live view here. Let's see. 1 second. And there we go. All right. What are we doing? I have some ideas for tonight, but not really settled on anything. Nothing's really hitting me as the most important. I've got a little kind of mech exploration that I thought would be kind of fun, but as these things go, we usually jump from project to project. So let's get just a versatile brush here. I want to start thumbnailing some things here. So I've got my thumb on the size wheel for my Wacom tablet here. So I'm just real quick blocking in some shapes for light, where things would hit these top planes. And I think we'll try to work some of these angles a little bit so that they're not so linear. I mean, we're going to have a a relatively flat design here, as in hard surface, but what I mean is that I want to make sure that we're not just throwing boxes on boxes. I want to start cutting these shapes out so that we've got a form starting to emerge from it. Alright, I want to cut away from some of this. I think I'll just use the lasso tool for that. Again. Delete that. We've got a little bit of black involved here, which I didn't really want to do. I wanted to leave the background blank, but I did throw a little black in there. Actually, I will bring this up because, experience has told me that when I work in a on a black background, it might be kind of interesting at first, and that's fine. I've done some projects that work out that way, but I tend to just stay in that black and white if I don't start from a midtone. All right, let's throw a few more things down here. Let's see, we got our white. Got this silly sea shanty song stuck in my head. I'm gonna fight it tonight. We're gonna fight it. Let's see if we can keep that all bottled up inside. Talk to my psychologist later to see if that was the right thing to do or not. Like, nah, man, you gotta let that out. You can't be repressing those sea shanty feelings. These are healthy. This is natural. This is what people do. Right? Now we must maintain control. No sea shanty music tonight. Uh-oh. I hear a upset child back there. It is bedtime, 9:23. We did pretty well tonight, but the kiddos, you hit a threshold, you hit a wall, and then it's every single thing is a thing. Okay. We'll monitor the situation, see if I'll have to hop in and help out, but anyway. Dad life. That's how it goes. Let's put a little bit of bounce light there. Okay. What do I want here? Some interesting little fiddly bits. Throw in a couple layers here. I'm gonna give it some shapes, shapeliness. And I think we want to echo, echo some form language. What do you call that? Associated shapes. Get shapes they're buddies. This shape is like that shape. That means we are friends. And it can help to a degree to make something look more cohesive. Within you. Okay. Okay. All right. So what if we? This is a weird one and not very interesting. So I want to cut it up a little bit. Change these shapes. Uh-oh, it's coming out. It's coming out. The sea shanty music. It's in my soul. It must escape. What we really need here, we need someone to throw a question or a comment in. Get this conversation headed towards not sea shanty music. Alright, I'm going to use the lasso tool. Don't like what I'm seeing, and so it is time to trim this down and see if we can turn this into a shape that I can tolerate. In fact, I think all of this down here, I might just bring in. Down. Okay. Yeah. It's not working. Don't like it. In fact, let's just grab this whole thing, isolate it from that other one. Where are we? Yeah, that's probably good. Make it a little smaller. Yeah, it's good. We'll move the whole thing up. All right, we got Adonis in the chat. What's up, Eric? Long time no see. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, goodness, probably early summer since we last chatted and looked over your stuff. How was your summer? Lightbox is coming up. Are you planning to attend that? Okay. I'm going to do this. We're just going to start grabbing these shapes and changing, because I do not like where this is headed. I could just flip that inside out twice. And again. Whoa, what is this guy doing? Glancing back at the chat. It was good. I was trying to plan it out, but I unfortunately can't go this year. I was really looking forward to going though. Yeah, I'm on the fence. I don't think I'll go. I would like to. I think it's a cool event. But things have to work out in terms of scheduling and everything. I'm also a little skeptical of the mask thing. That's their current policy, and that's, I get it. The only issue that I have, though, is that, so much of these shows, it's not the artwork, it's the artists. So you want to meet people, see people, get to know people, right? And I guess we do what we can, but that really does kind of limit the benefits that you get out of it. So I don't know that that's a deal breaker for me. Like, I still think it's going to be a cool show, and lots of great people there. I just think that is significant. That's not, that's no minor thing. Being that guy, saying the quiet part out loud. But I must. Let's extend that shadow there. So now you can see where just painting the shapes, though sometimes it can be a pretty cool process, and exciting to see things kind of develop quickly. You can get bogged in the weeds if you got a bad design that you've got to fix. Then it's just really not very slick. You've got to redesign the light and not just draw the shapes, the silhouettes and stuff. Okay, let's keep rolling. Just checking the chat, see if there's any more traffic. I'm going to kind of follow this form here. And we'll try to get this to wrap nicely, if possible. So we're kind of describing form by the pattern that's over top of it, and how the curves converge on that little potato donut type thing, whatever you want to call this. All right, let's cast a shadow on this part down here. So we'll leave a little bit of a rim light on there, but we're gonna have this cast a shadow on what's below. Whoops. Yeah, well, we'll leave that. That's good. And same thing here. Let's kind of curve these parts in. And maybe add a little rim down here to give these some shape to them. I don't like that. I want this to be more of an open shape there. Okay, let's bring that light back in. Just feather it in a little bit. I like that. I want a more complex shape than that. Eraser time. Let's change the angle on that. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. This angle offends me. I don't think we need that. That's pretty similar to our other shapes, so, you know, our other designs that we were playing with. Maybe put a little Alright, let's give that some more shape to it. By cutting out my shadow a little bit here. the same thing here. We'll throw a shadow under that. Oops. Yeah, no, we'll just delete the whole thing. It's a sign. Okay. What is this guy doing? He's on a rampage. Just making a big mess. Okay. Let's see if we can clean some of these parts up here. Let's see, is this going to be a leg out in front here, or is it going to be kind of behind? Life decisions, you know. So I think I had this one. This right here is like this leg that's, you know, coming out of the frame, body here, and you got these two back legs that are pushing off at this angle, right? I think I might extend this one. I still have a selection. There we go. You know, give it another bend. And we can get rid of this and this. I don't know. All right, let's do a few more designs. I'm tempted to just throw some light down, which, well, I'll just do it. All right, so if we got like a positive shape here, we'll throw in our negative, right? We'll develop this shadow shape here, like so. I think we'll just clean that right up. Now there's this idea of having a clean side and a detailed side. So if you take one side and you make it real, you know, detailed and greebly like that, and the other side you just go whoosh, nice and clean, you know, or vice versa. So if you got a clean side, just a clean shape there, make a mess on the other side here. All right, I thought we were going to do this quickly. No, Eric, what have you done? I promise it'll be fast. We'll be done in no time. And here we are. I thought this ground plane, just a quick ground plane, Eric. That's what you said, quick ground plane. Now we got all these sketchy lines and stuff. Granted, they are kind of fun. I had to break the whole thing out of its silhouette. Couldn't let anything be falling into, you know, some kind of obscure, you know, what do you call it? Lost edges. I had to define the whole thing. Why'd you do that? Okay. Enough self-talk. Just clean that up. We'll check the chat. See how the citizens are crying out. Nope, no crying out. All right, I think these are like super long. It's kind of obvious, but yeah, those could be brought in. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna do nope, not the shape I wanted. Actually, that might be kind of cool. Do a little spotlight here. Just make that our mask. And why don't we just go ahead and blur that while we're here? Why not? Who's gonna stop us? Who but our own conscience? Okay, not exactly a value add, but whatever. All right, let's go on to, maybe we'll just do a few more. A lot of these are like angles looking down, and so I think we could do some more with maybe just changing the angle. Right? So a lot of these shapes either end up flat or, you know, the downward trend there. So let's kind of flatten out a little bit, as in like not quite as tall shapes, but then everything, I think we're going to have this kind of arc to it to show this thing is above us, looking up at it. I don't like that. I think we'll try to keep these shapes a little cleaner. I still want that arc, but I'm trying to get a, maybe just like a little rim up here that would indicate more shape going on up there. And I think I'm going to try to re-establish these rims in here. This I think I could lift that whole thing up. What if we duplicate that? Oh boy, sea shanty, here it comes. I'm just begging to be challenged, you know. Just do it, belt it out. Nope, wrong one. That one. But I will not fall for such a trap. I think I want a leg there. Just kind of. I don't like that shape. It went from like okay to worse. So I like the idea that maybe there's more going on back here. But what I don't like about this angle is let's see, let's back it up a little more. So it makes it look like it's a kind of a boring overall shape in here. So this, you know, could be conceptualized as just like a big potato, right? So we gotta deep potato this. Yes, maybe we'll do like a. Okay, let's work on the big forms here. What shape do we want? Wedge. All right, so now I'm gonna grab my lasso tool. We're gonna turn this into kind of a door opening. Same thing here. Cast a shadow on that, so we need that light up on top and the shadow cast down. Trim that part out there. Okay. Alright, so then if this back here is like another hatch similar to that, change these shapes. I think let's just build in that silhouette around this thing. Kind of like we did with the other one. I think we need to actually commit to a shape. All right, fill that all in. Getting too tight, too careful here. Gotta be careful not to be too careful, you know what I mean? You know exactly what I mean. Alright, so then we're gonna do what? Make this a clean shape? Make this a little more complicated shape? Edge, rather. Clean, clean, complicated. Okay, what did I do over here? Cleaner. So go with a filthy edge there. Probably shouldn't because it's so close to this other one here. Yeah, in fact, I might reverse that. I'll make this a cleaner edge, and then this will be the little more greebly bit. Greebly bits. Coming to Tim Hortons near you. Alright, let's get this worked out here. Right there. Is that black? Yeah, it is. What am I doing? Let's develop a little bit of a horizon back there. Maybe some objects in the background. Too much there. I got some complicated legs, fella. Maybe you should simplify. Um, all right, let's get all this underneath a little darkened up, because this is perhaps a little confusing there. Oops. All right, I'll do a new layer before I start hacking things up here. All right, so this is our new layer. I'm gonna start putting some direct sunlight on that. May mess up our silhouette here, so we gotta be a little careful. I'm just going to establish that edge, you know, so the leading edge, you've got grass that's in the light, and then the top edge there, we've got the grass silhouette that's in the shadow. So we're just kind of reversing, you know, light on one side, just the way we cut that edge. That's all. Let's move everything over. Okay, let's do a few others, just for kicks. It's all about kicks right now. Do. Just throwing in some antennas here. Kicks. I'm wondering if we can simplify this antenna bit up here at all. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Oops. Rectangle. There we go. Yeah, actually, this next one, let's just do it with a lasso tool. So we can look at the shape here. I think I want... Yeah, we want to do this. So let's go grab the shape, and then we'll cut out of it. Like so. I think we'll cut a little bit more there. What am I doing? I want to cut out the shadow. I got that inverted. Nah, okay, well. We started it. We must finish what we started. Oh, great. Now I'm all inside out. What is this guy doing? Lost his mind. Okay. I think we got back there. I got all inside out there. Don't know what I was thinking. If any thinking was done at all. Okay. One more to go. Alright, well, we really took the long way around with that. Let's add some color. Okay. Color over here. Maybe we'll do overlay and start throwing some color in that way. Currently we were just using multiply to get the color in. But that'll push everything darker, which is fine, maybe necessary. Especially when you're dealing with black and white to kind of get that base tone worked out. See here with overlay, we're never going to push this white any higher. You know, and we can't really pull it down either. So that is an example of where you do have to start somewhere within reason before you start pushing things around. You might not have anywhere to go. I'm gonna knock that white out. We don't need that. It's making it actually more difficult to do what I'd like to do. I'm gonna push that down. I don't think we have any more white to deal with necessarily. So then we'll move on again to, well, I'm gonna leave that new layer. Go back to overlay and start bringing in some faint blues and cool tones here. I don't think we're gonna, quite go fully cool, but it'll just shift things around a little bit. Let me zoom in a little bit. You can see what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. What do we need? Let's fill in some of these shadows. Yeah, it's like looking worse and worse. I don't like that guy. It bothers me. Let's keep it to those yellows and greens. Alright, let's see, we got the smudge brush. Break up that line a little bit there. Same thing here. Alright, let's not ignore this fella up front here. I'm thinking that I want to put some saturation in here, but I am not sure that I need to. All right. 58 Elron says, "Good evening. Love the bottom mech. Gives clockwork vibes." Yeah. I like the holes and greebliness. It would be fun to tease this one out. We'll see where it can go. I'm thinking maybe rust and so forth on these guys here. I'm just trying to get some bass tones worked in. Without really going wild on it. That layer's doing a lot of work there. Going to wanted to see what layer this that color was on there. what if we do pin this here? I'm just gonna go like a gray. Go back here. Oh. Let's where's our mask for that guy? Here we go. So I'll just select that. A little less gray. Come on. Give it kind of a coastal type background there. Real rough. Dum dum dum. What are we doing here? Getting anything done? I don't know. Kind of like that original. Now we're locked into that. Silly old silhouette because we didn't keep it as a mask on the onset. I mean, we got it as a mask now, so we'll just feather it in, but all that extra laborious, strenuous work. I thought this was supposed to be fun. Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure. We'll do this guy now. simplify that color a little bit. I was going to perhaps too light with it, pushing everything up higher than I think it needs to be. Get a little bit of those grays in there against that orange. Should look nice. From a certain point of view. Looking at the chat, I've been trying to learn the basics over the past 6 months. Line, value, shapes, etc. Still in black and white. Today I started messing with texture brushes, and it's insane how much it adds to a piece. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think that's wise to start with the the fundamentals, and I think what that's going to do is all the things that perhaps I get too lazy on, and that is really focusing on shape, the silhouette, is the composition reading correctly? You said line, value, and shapes. Exactly. Yeah. So, balancing out the image, leading the eye where you want it to go. And all of that can be done kind of abstractly without really getting into color. Color is another tool in the tool bag, but it can get distracting, I think. But anyway, yeah. Once you start bringing in some texture, and I don't want to mislead. I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying, oh, skip all that stuff and bring in some texture, because that's the real stuff, But once you start working that way, and you're kind of building up images that aren't so clean necessarily, and a lot of things are implied. You're I was just talking today with an artist about actually it was yesterday about the economy, and how the fewer strokes you take, it tends to have this nice kind of life and gesture to it, and the more you work something, it can really kill that. And so I think with texture brushes and stuff, you're getting this like grit right at the onset that you don't have to try to work in any way. And so it can, to some degree, I think, shorten the process, because you'll lay something in and you won't feel like you've got to go back and like detail out all these little things. It's more like you get the impression, that and when I say texture, I don't necessarily mean fancy brushes. I'm actually in my head envisioning just either charcoal, like a block, or one of those full graphite pencils. You get this. Use the side of those tools. You'll get that natural tooth and texture of the paper. And so, of course, if you're doing that digitally, you'll have to, kind of synthesize it with digital textures. But anyway, you take that brush stroke, you've got that that kind of inherent texture of the canvas or texture of the tool that you're using, and I think we recognize that and then build off of it in our minds, so especially when you're doing like concept art type stuff, you're partly going for vibe, how it feels, in addition to how it works, what it needs to actually be, form and function wise. But you're going for these vibes, And you could obviously lean too heavily on that, and perhaps I do. But anyway, you start hitting those notes with the tools that you're using and the textures that you're getting. And I think if you're getting that early on, then it feels really nice and it flows really well. The process is really nice. And coming back to the idea of economy, if you get that feel in just a few strokes, then a lot of things are working for you. You've got a clean gesture because you haven't overworked the image. You started with those like just initial brush strokes. You get some texture that implies some materiality to what you're working on, and that also helps with that like mood and kind of vibe. And so you get a lot of things for free. And again, I don't want to make it sound like it's the promised land and that you gotta skip all the other things. Like, nothing could be farther from the truth. If you get those fundamentals down with the shape, line, value, then you get that kind of second nature, and things speed up. It goes pretty fast, especially if you stay in practice. One thing, I don't want to say that I regret it, but I made a career choice, really, to pause and go to school. And I know I've talked about this before, and I think that I needed that. However, I did slow down. I do tell myself, well, okay, if you hadn't slowed down, then would you just be just as fast at doing the same old thing that you've always been doing? So maybe slowing down is what got me to think about what I'm doing and change it, and grow. And that was the hope, at least. But I do sometimes resent the simple fact that I have a slower cadence now than I used to. I tend to get more noodly and kind of look and try to make little cool passages of the canvas. Make this little piece look neat here. Rather than being quick and efficient and working the whole canvas as one, I do start to get lost in the weeds, and that's dangerous territory. Anyway, I'm lamenting something that perhaps does not need to be lamented. I'm just talking. Sorry. All right, looking back at the chat. Yeah, we got some back and forth chat. It's good stuff. I'm flattening out some of these areas intentionally. Like, I'm looking at it and thinking, okay, I've got some not particularly clean transitions between grays and colors, and then some of these shapes I want to clean up a little bit so that the illusion of space and form comes off a little better. If I change this shape slightly so that it looks like it's conforming to this to an object, then that just gives us more visual information for the eye to pick up those cues and go, oh, okay, I see what's going on there, even though what is going on here You really stop and think about it. It's not even a real thing. And I kind of like those spiral patterns. Maybe we'll put something in there. I don't know. Maybe too much. Too much of a like a Nautilus look. Straight down. Nope. That's probably as good as we're gonna go on that. I didn't want that to be a pure, circle ring right there, so change that shape up. Shape up. Or ship out, they say. Do they say that? I don't know. I'm gonna go a little bit darker here. Push a couple of recesses. Again, you get noodly. Kind of noodling around, trying to figure out what you want to see in this thing. Nah, don't like that. Oops. Get myself moved down to the lower layer. Accidentally, it was almost bad news. Let's change this form here. Make it kind of a rolling. Round shape. I like this. I want to have this kind of cast shadow looking thing here. I need to brighten this up underneath. I don't know. Let's blend that back down. Man, I'm telling you, got those sea shanty songs stuck in my head. Looking at the chat. Hello from a protogen named Amrath. Welcome. We got 58 Elron says, feels like maybe someday I will get enough tech skills to get what's in my head to canvas in an appealing way. Then it will just be, hopefully, creativity limiting me. Is that how you feel, Eric? Nothing technically limiting you, etc. I don't know. I mean, if I'm being totally honest, I would say that I experience the imposter syndrome of I don't know what I'm doing. Like, what am I going to do? However, uh, keeping the pen moving, like just doing it, um, alleviates a lot of that, because then you've just got the proof in front of you. Like, no, I did this yesterday. I can do it today. And I know that sounds like it sounds lame, to be like, well, I'm just insecure about it. But really, I think there is a constant feeling of like, maybe getting behind, or maybe it's just not quite, like, there must be something that I don't know that other people know. And you know what? There is. Like, other people do their own thing. Other artists are going to have their own different approaches and may have a better way of doing it, depending on what it is. But it doesn't really matter in terms of like productivity and the whole like artist struggle thing. Like, if you're working on your craft and you're teachable and you're listening to what other people have to say, and you can weigh out that information, then you'll grow. And I think more importantly than that, if you're trying to solve your own problems, right, and not just well, I can't figure this out, or someone else must be doing it better than me, and I'm just 100% disclosure here. I'm just talking from my own like kind of self-doubts and stuff that come up. So on one hand, I would say no, I don't think I ever have gotten over the feeling of kind of struggling through a piece, or like, am I going to be able to do that? But I think some of that is more like psychological self-doubt than it is realistic. Again, not to be. It may just sound like I'm talking up some kind of false confidence or something, but I think you just have to prove it to yourself. You just keep showing up and doing it. And as far as feeling like getting the idea out of your head, I'll say this, like, oddly enough, I think I worked backwards on that. Like, I never really had ideas in my head. Not to say that like I wasn't thinking or whatever. It's just the whole exercise of like pre-visualizing, like, okay, I'm thinking about this. You got your eyes closed and you're like working it out, visually, but like it's all up here. I'm just being honest with you. When I did that, even to this day, like I close my eyes and there's no image there. It's just like I'm seeing the back of my eyelids. It's not like there's this magical land in my head that's like just trying to jump out. Only recently, like in the past few years, actually, I started experiencing this when I had kids, and I would just be exhausted at the end of the day, when I'm putting the baby down in the crib, and we read a story or something, and I'd just be like exhausted. And in that moment, I would like, if I closed my eyes, I would like see things, say hallucinate or whatever. It was just from being tired, but I think it was two things. I think it was from being tired and from doing the work of drawing, drawing and painting, doing visual work during the day. I think my brain just started going there. But it was never really like, an object that I could twist and turn around. It was like these brief little scenes that would just pop in my head. And I even to this day, I remember some of them. So at one point, I started trying to capture those. Like I'd have this, I'd see something in my head, and then I would get on Procreate on the iPad, and just try to like see if I could recreate it visually. And then you would find how much of the visual information is actually not really there. You're just kind of imagining, or rather your brain is saying, this over here is a really cool and epic pillar of smoke. But okay, what is that pillar of smoke actually shaped like? It's like, oh, actually, I don't think my subconscious actually assigned it a shape, And so then I would start looking for those things the next time that I would have an image in my head. I would look for the answers to those questions that I knew I'd have to ask later. Like, okay, well, what is that? What is that shape? What really is that color? That sort of thing. Okay, I will admit that some of it sounds a little bit crazy. That like, oh well, I never saw anything in my head, and then all of a sudden I started being really tired and seeing things. I'm just telling the truth, like how it went for me. And so I would always tell artists back in those days, anyone who was learning and wanted to talk to me about it, I would tell them, like, I don't see anything. I just start moving my pen on the canvas, and once I see an actual mark on the page, then I have something to respond to. And I've worked that way for a long time. And I would say in some ways that's a habit that, for better, for worse, that's what I've got, and that's how I tend to work. Just start moving my arm, throwing something together on the canvas, and then I start to see shapes that I want to pull out, and those shapes start to get associated with meaning. Like, okay, this little circle shape over here looks like maybe that's whatever, it's a tire, or whatever. I mean, I know I'm just riffing off the top of my head, but you start to feel it out, and you might think, okay, if you're working on medieval armor or something, you might just start with the shapes that and then get inspiration off of the canvas. Okay. Other people, a really legitimate way to work is to work off of reference, because then both of those problems are kind of settled for you. Like, you don't have to come up with a cool idea that you've envisioned in your head, and you don't have to figure out how to respond to what you're doing on the canvas. It's just course correcting. You start laying things in and course correcting to get it to look like your reference image. Okay, so I know I'm like kind of taking the long way around to answer your question, but you're asking whether you reach a point where you feel like there is no technical limitation. I can do whatever I want. Or rather, I am not inhibited in creating my vision by my skill. So there's kind of a dual answer there. Like, on one hand, I feel like, yeah, I could have a vision and then hammer it out, right? And I certainly feel that way with Fantastic Tanks. I feel like, okay, whatever tank design that we come up with, we can figure out how to make it. And I just don't have any fear about that, when it comes to client work, there's always a question of like, well, is this going to be a good fit? Like, are they going to ask me to do things that I'm going to struggle with. And there are always limitations. And so I would say some of those limitations are, for example, I have never really worked in appreciated really anime. And by appreciated I mean like I didn't never really watched animes. I never really like got into understand it, you know. And so that would be one where like if I had a client want me to do something in a kind of anime style, I know I would just I'd have to drop things for a little while and learn how I could accomplish that. And it would not be just like a, bing bang boom, we're going, because I just have no experience in it. So there are certain things that you're gauging your your artistic vision against your experience. Okay, I know I'm monologuing. Maybe I should stop. Hopefully that was somewhat helpful in answering the question. So in a weird way, it's a yes and no. There are some things that I feel no concern about approaching and accomplishing. There are other things that I know that I have no experience in, and have. I wouldn't say that I'm absolutely fearless in like, oh, I could learn that. But recognizing that that would not really be a small task, and there is a chance that there are projects that I could hit a wall on. Generally speaking, I would say that it has served me to lay out perhaps the overall effect that I'm going for, and then get excited about exploiting limitations. Okay, to unpack that, like where did that come from? When it comes to the question of like, can I execute on an idea? Will I be limited by my ability? Well, there will always be new mediums and new challenges and limitations in that, like, okay, here's a project that you want to do, but for whatever reason, you're not allowed to do, that one thing that you always leaned on to make it work. Like, for example, I would often when I worked on Realm of Empires, one of the visual motifs that we developed was that you would accomplish form by having basically it was like a tricolor, like a split complement, where I would have a colored light on the portrait, and then I would have a complementary color, so the opposite side of the color wheel, rim light. And so you'd use the rim light to show the form, and then you would recolor that light to kind of ground the character in the scene. So the color of the scene was always the opposite of it was always the complement of the key light. And then trying to think what else about that. It was always really saturated and punchy, so you would get that really high contrast, right? So and then I would usually like throw a vignette on it or something, so very kind of simple but solid, like tangible approach to how we got consistent results on those that look nice. But if you're going for realism, you can't really do that. If you're going on a limited palette, you can't follow that same formula. So that formula is really straightforward for like just punchy, kind of eye-catching work, but it just isn't going to serve you in every case, and so there's something new you got to learn. And well, let me rephrase that. There were new things and are new things that I have to learn. Let's use the what do they call that? The you, like the everybody you. I use that too much. So here we go. Throwing that rim light on the edge here, like I would with Realm of Empires, and that's fine. It does a job, but it definitely brings it into this kind of different visual motif or art style, right? All right, so if we even did, went so far as to say, okay, we got this orange, this yellow, and let's go just straight across, maybe tint it just a little bit with like a little blue, going really intense, but dark enough. And then I'll just do a new layer to do this as an example. So then this would be, that motif. We would put that, complement. This is a little bit off of the complement, but we have a little creative flexibility in this. So then we'd use this to show the reflected light. That kind of brings out the form a little more. So these kind of downward facing planes. And if you've watched me paint before, this really shouldn't be a surprise because I actually fall back on this often enough. Now, that punches it up, that adds a lot of life to it, compare those two. This is more, I think, eye-catching, punchy, exciting. This is more dramatic, and, with more time and rendering, we would have a more, true to life kind of the way light works. So, something to think about. So I guess to wrap a bow on that, I would say, do I feel like I can do anything? No. Do I have anxiety about accomplishing something in the tools and techniques that I already know? No, I'm not worried about that. So you do hit a point where you feel like you can produce your ideas, and I guess part of that is perhaps the time, the amount of time that has elapsed since I last felt that way. It's sometimes easy to forget how hard it can be, when you're developing your skill. And I guess I've kind of perhaps just forgotten that frustration of, man, I just can't do it. I mean, there are times, and I think that you get that curse sometimes when the anxiety is high. You feel like you really want this project to go well. You really want to, you know, impress the viewers. And that's when you make trash and you make mistakes and you forget the things that you have been developing, you know, all along. Okay, I kind of want this. Yeah, that's a little better. I was thinking of doing it on the other side, you know, but I guess we can justify having reflected light here. All right. Looks terrible, Eric. What are you doing? Lay off me, inner voice. Okay, I'm gonna look back at the chat because I'm, got monologuing. Let's see. I agree. I'm similar. I have an idea though in my head, but don't know the pieces at all. Just a feeling. Then I really look at things more in daily life, like the way light works, etc. I hate using reference. I have zero motivation to do art from reference, which is a pain sometimes. Yeah, to me, anime is impressive because they are masters of clean lines and movement with maximum efficiency. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I never got into it. Partly, you know, I've explained this before. It's partly because when it became popular in the area that I grew up in, it became popular with the younger generation. So it was like just a little bit behind me. And so it was associated with like, that's uncool because it's for kids, you know, or like for the younger kids. And yeah, I didn't really have my eyes open to the full, you know, spectrum of, you know, that art form. And there were a lot of stories being told that weren't necessarily for kids. But when it's done well, I mean, you definitely see it. You know, the efficiency and even just the kinds of things that they pull off in animation. That when you stop and think about it, you don't really have to think about it very long. You go, that was a lot of. This was a condensation of a lot of very complicated things, and that was a lot of work to do that. You know, it's impressive. So I think, unfortunately, it gets. I mean, it doesn't have a bad rap now. A lot of people like it, but I think, unfortunately, especially at the time, it just got boiled down to like a script. You know, kind of like I was talking about how you paint a Realm of Empires portrait. You know, it's like you would recognize anime by like the way an eye or a chin is rendered, and I can't remember the artist who was talking about that, but he used the analogy of symbols, like, or yes, I think symbols, like you design a symbol or an icon that explains or describes a form that we all know, like an eyeball. But if you look at like an Egyptian, or what we would say an Egyptian hieroglyph of an eye, like, you know, that kind of all have that vision in our head. And if you say like an anime eye, you know, that's a vision in your head. But then if you said like a realistic eye or a South Park eye, or you know what I mean, like they all have these different. It's like you kind of like developed a shorthand of saying, okay, line, little circle, and with like a little highlight, you know, done this way, and then that's a symbol that we all understand as an eye, even though it really doesn't necessarily look like it, depending on what angle you're, you know, it's not going to work in every circumstance. So to me, like anime was kind of falling into that category of um, there's a style, I mean, obviously a style that you got to follow, but there is like a um, language of symbols that you had to assemble, and that's how I viewed it. I could, probably not giving it a fair shake in saying that, but that's how I viewed it, and so I never really got into it. Um, you said I have an idea in my head. Wanted to come back to something you said there, but don't know the pieces at all, and I really look at things more in daily life, like the way light works. I hate using reference. I have zero motivation to do it. Okay, so I see like two things there. One is when you look at the way things work in reality, that can be really exciting. Like how light works, how it's bouncing off of things, how it's um, bouncing off the ground and up onto this Mac. You see what in your head, or rather, if you're by default, you were going to just start throwing something together, you might be inclined to make just like the darkest shadow as it goes farther away from the light, but then you start to recognize that, oh, okay, it's got a color and a value that is coming off of the environment. So anyway, once you start to see those things and you see them observed in nature, another example would be like erosion. You're looking at rocks, like, well, how do I make cool, believable rocks? Well, once you start seeing how they kind of are arranged in nature, and how they're worn away, and you've got like sharp edges where they recently broke, and then you've got like moss and plants growing on them, and then maybe the roots from that start breaking up the surface. So like all of that stuff I think is exciting as well. You start to see you start to observe these things, and like, to me, that was always fun to like try to get those things down on the canvas. And I mean, there's a whole wing of fine art that's all it is your. And I don't mean that in a dismissive way. I'm just saying that's the whole point, is to observe not just the say beauty in nature. Like that's fine to say. It's fine to call it that, but I think it's more like the things that capture us, that excite us, that hold our attention in the natural world. Okay, so that can be a good source of learning for art. I think a lot of the things that we focus on, particularly in the fine arts, are because they're things that we just like to spend our time focusing on. People and faces, and beauty and grand vistas and all that sort of thing. As far as studying from reference, I feel a little bit of emptiness so like there's a certain satisfaction of like, look what I made. I copied this scene faithfully, like a camera, And then there's a little bit of emptiness of just like, but I don't really care about copying realistic things. I want to make my own things, right? And I don't know what that is, and I don't know that that's a universal feeling, but it's certainly one that I would get. I would be really happy and proud of myself for making a piece of art from reference, But then I would also simultaneously feel like it's not actually art. Like my bar for like what art was kind of creation and the bigger concept. And I don't necessarily think that it's not limited to that, but for me that was my feeling. I just didn't feel satisfied with doing studies from photographs particularly. However, there's always a however in the Eric conversations. I think it's a really valuable exercise. I think that you learn about light. I think you learn about composing images. I think that you learn about adapting something, so that, okay, I've got this photo and I faithfully rendered it. But how do I make this better in my eyes, and how do I make this my own? So that it's not just a copy of a photograph. A camera can do that, and can do it well, even can do it better, right? I think we had mentioned last week or the week before about pottery being, this kind of esteemed art form, I guess, now, and it wasn't that long ago that it was just utilitarian. And I think that was probably true of rendering a photorealistic, even though you say photo was not a concept back then. Rendering a photorealistic scene was, again, a skill and a service that some people could offer. But now that a device can do it, it's expanded that art form, right? Because now, kind of like what you were saying, you're not as worried about producing an image that looks realistic. Now you're concerned about what in this photo real image is worth showing, and is worth showing in a way that is interesting, unique, exciting, so how did I even get there? I don't know what I'm saying now. Working from images. Yeah, so copying images. Not a necessary skill. Let me put it this way. Not a necessary not a marketable it's not required in the market. There are other things that fill that gap, fill that need. But I still think that it is very valuable to the artist's development. And just to wrap a bow on that, because I know I'm just monologuing, a simple way of viewing it is spend time on the things you love about art, and spend time on the things that you hate about art. So if you don't think that a working from photos is fun or fulfilling, do it as your push-ups, and then go do the thing you love. Like if you love anime, paint anime, or draw, I guess. What am I talking about? This guy knows. This guy Eric, he knows nothing. He's paint anime. Man, ridiculous. Okay. Anyway, I think the things that you love doing, those are the things that got you into art, right? It's the reason. It's the reason you want to create things, right? Because you love something, and I had mentioned that as far as fine art themes and so forth, just being things that like grab our attention and we love and we're interested in. Okay, so that's I think that's legitimate to do that. I think if we do that, we don't grow as much because we're not pushed to change our approach to how we accomplish those things. And when you're doing the things that you dislike, you have to power through the frustration of not knowing really how to accomplish it. Like I think about it like there's a plateau, or maybe more like a mountain climbing, rock climbing. The whole point is to get over that obstacle, and the obstacle is the hardest part. And you don't get to the top, and I'm not saying the top metaphorically as like, the top of the field. I don't care about that. You don't get the view of success and accomplishment and, oh, okay, now I have this in my repertoire and my understanding and my skill set. You don't get to benefit from that without climbing that boulder, And so the frustration is a necessary component in growth. The victory lap is just on the other side of that boulder, but not before it. Okay, I'm perhaps oversimplifying, but that was something that I needed to start to think about, to consider in my own work. That like, oh man, I'm so frustrated with this project, and why do I do this, and why every time it just gets so frustrating, and it's like that's the point. Like that's the rock you're climbing. It's the frustration of figuring out how to solve this design puzzle, how to do this new thing, So speaking of solving design puzzles, what in the world am I doing? Just like turning my brain off and drawing. I guess that's all right. I did want some asymmetry on this. Bring these in as panels. Again, talking about hitting those forms and stuff. I definitely see shapes that I constantly return to in my designs. Like on this, I can see it, and again, that's perhaps a different problem than feeling like I'm not sure how to get this idea out of my head. It's more like, how do I get the idea that's in my head out of my head? Like, like to stop doing it, do something different, solve design problems a different way. It's funny because, I think I had said earlier that I wanted this to be tilted back so that we looked like we were below this thing and looking up at it. And then again, kind of coming back to like, you just you do some things automatically. I made it tilted back down, so it's kind of flattened out. That's actually something I've recognized in my work, that I tend to flatten things out, like turn forms so that they are almost like cubist, like you're seeing every angle at the same time with equal weight, rather than like understating some things, so that and again, I think that's like a mental thing. I think it's a like my mind knows what it thinks ought to be there and what it wants to see, what it's interesting, what it finds interesting, and then you just start rendering that, whether or not it makes any sense of it needing to be there. And again, that's where those exercises of working from life, working from photos and stuff teaches you, or it taught me, I think, that. And I think I would still benefit from doing more of it, because I still fall back into that, those old habits. I'm going to look back at the chat here. That's good to know, thanks. I just can't stand to draw something from observation. I would rather understand what's going on physically, like what and why the texture is the way that it is, then simulate it all in my head. So yes and no. I mean, I can't disagree with you feeling that way. That's how you feel. But I would say that objective, like I share that objective. I'm working from observation and from life, so that it improves my understanding of how to do it. And I think really looking deeply and copying forces you to notice some things and have like an honest evaluation of whether you're hitting the mark, because it's right there. You can look at it, and then you look at your canvas and you go, it doesn't look the same. Why not? And then you figure out why not. And that's the whole benefit of the exercise. I would rather understand what's going on physically, like what and why the texture is the way that it is, than simulate it all in my head. Yeah. The other thing I would say on that regard is the being able to get it out onto the canvas is a lot of that learning is kinesthetic, right? Like, and this is what I think is wonderful about painting is you're thinking about a lot of things when you're painting, and it takes time. There are shortcuts. There are shorthand, like ways of making it go faster and being more economic. The economy comes with time, comes with practice. And so while I'm saying there are ways of making it more economic, the work is still done on the front end. It's just like, oh, we did that before. I've already worked out how I approach these types of things, and so now it's 2 strokes rather than 50. But that's not accounting for the 20 times that it took you 50 strokes to figure out that it only takes 3. Maybe that's a bad analogy, but just watching tutorials or just thinking about what you're going to do or what would be the right way to do it is really different than actually like getting your muscles moving and getting it I want to say in your bones. I don't think that's true, but, and this is a whole other can of worms, but there is some conversation to, like, where are some of these memories stored? There was an example of, I can't remember exactly how this worked. It was like someone or an animal that they concluded that its walking memory, muscle memory, was in its spine and not in its brain. I don't remember how they did that, but don't quote me on that. Misinformation channel here, but I think there really is truth to there's learning that happens through doing, and whether that's just like that's how it concretizes, like that's how it gets stuck in you, or that's how it becomes useful, or how it gets associated with a meaningful like context in your life, or if it's like just muscle memory, it's like, okay, you get the idea, but like your muscles need to like feel what that's like, and then executing on that brushstroke or whatever it is something that is ingrained in your system. So don't downplay the importance of working from observation for that reason, and practicing from observation, because then you're applying the concepts. You've got a standard to work against on that, or like to hold your work up against, and you're putting the reps in. And I don't like the analogy of reps. It's not really reps. It's understanding it through a different medium. It's like it's understanding it through your muscles and through the action. And I think I was starting to say that the thing about painting is that you spend time with things, and like if you think about that, you're spending time with these concepts longer than it takes to have a conversation about them. And there's a completely different context actually in which I was thinking about this the other day. I was thinking about art therapy, and that's where you, like, if you have some kind of trauma or something that you're working through, and you delve into it in a painting. You don't have to use words. You don't have to. I mean, the thing with words. I mean, okay, I'm getting out of my area of expertise here, but I want to explore this idea that you're distilling bigger concepts down to a dictionary definition of those concepts, and that's limited. It's often needs context, often needs more kind of fleshing out. And so while I think it is beneficial to put things into words, obviously, like you get, and I'm not just talking about necessarily trauma or whatever, but just ideas in general. If you get an idea and like, oh yeah, it's all up here in my head, it's like, well, to me that's not good enough. Like, it's not developed if it's just in your head. You have to get that into some kind of tangible medium or communicable format, like some way that I can communicate this idea to other people rather than just saying, I got it all worked out up here. That may be true. You may have it all worked out. But that doesn't mean that you've worked out how to communicate it to other people. So anyway, the point there being, putting things into words is a beneficial exercise, but it's also limited to the diction of that language, and it's limited. It's kind of time limited, right? It's like you just you get the words out, and then it's over. You did it. You said what you felt or whatever. Whereas with painting, now coming back to the analogy of trauma or art therapy for trauma, you're really spending a lot of time with the concepts and the emotions associated with it. You're not just communicating it, like getting it into words for that moment. And I think we actually need that in terms of healing and all the things that associated with therapy. So, okay, I'm using that as this is something I was thinking about, and I think that is the same with learning, right? Sometimes you need a different format to approach a concept, to approach the development in your own mind. And you need time, and you need different mediums of interacting with it. So it's like you might hear a lecture about something, and that makes you think maybe more deeply about the concept. But then you go to apply it, and it's like it's this whole other avenue of things. And then you do neither. You're just in the observation mode. You're just seeing, do I actually see this in the real world? Is this concept fit in reality? So I think there's a real value to that. I mean, I'm taking a long way to explain perhaps a not so difficult idea that we process things through different means, and I would not steer you away from processing your artistic development, your artistic understanding through as many means are as available and effective for you. They might not be enjoyable. They might not be your how you want to spend your weekend or whatever, but if it meets the goal that you have set out for yourself, it may help you, and I would say very likely will help you arrive at a deeper understanding and a more beneficial, applicable, and an understanding that is in your muscle memory and in your practice, and not just in theory. Sorry, that was a very long way of saying that. Going back to the chat, I do understand how useful ref is, though. See, I probably should have read everything you said, because it probably just said everything already. I do understand how useful ref is, though, especially for seeing the weird details, extremes of what nature can do that you can only pick up when you do the exact line that represents it. And sometimes you really need to capture something and put your own spin on it, push certain emotions, like portraits. Yeah, it's true. I think it was Nathan Fowkes. He might have been the one who was saying that when you do things from observation, you often don't realize how subtle things are. That, like, we have a tendency to exaggerate because that's, well, it's kind of helpful for us to say, okay, well, is that, if you're looking at, like, say, the side of a house or something, like, is that straight? Is that straight up and down? Oh, no, it looks like maybe it's a little bit tilted. So then you would be more apt to make that really tilted, like way more of an angle. Just because I shouldn't say just because. My understanding is that is our way of simplifying and getting important information quickly, right? So the thing that you notice that's sticking out as unusual or whatever, you hone in on that, and then when you go to represent it on a canvas, you're more likely to almost cartoonize it, make it just way too exaggerated. And so, working from reference can help identify those kind of exaggerations that we accidentally put in. And then, you know what? Whether or not you feel like, no, I want to exaggerate this. Well, okay, that's all good and fine. But I would just actually go so far as to call someone out and say, is that what you wanted, or is that just what your default is, or what you're capable of? I think when we talk about style, we do that a lot. Say, well, that's my style. And some people will say that your style is your how did I hear it worded? It was like your style is your mistakes. It's the culmination of all your mistakes. It's the thing that makes it not look real, because you're making some mistake. I don't necessarily agree with that. In fact, I just outright don't agree with that. I don't think it's mistakes. I think that it can be a result of mistakes. That what looks like someone's style is them aiming for reality and missing. But that's different than, say, okay, someone might aim for reality and miss. Someone else might not be aiming for reality at all. And I think both of those could still fall into that category of, your art style is your mistakes. But what about the art style that intends to do exactly that? Intends to represent things through the use of value, or let's say intends to represent things through the use of line, right? The difference between a line drawing and a painting is the decision of how to represent form, how to represent on a 2D canvas. It's like the choice is what tools, and I don't mean necessarily pencils or paintbrushes, but I mean what visual motifs are carrying the weight of answering those design questions. I keep coming back to that statement. It's like, how do I represent this idea? Well, you have an array of tools, of design tools at your disposal to communicate an idea. Kind of like language, it's like you have a set of words and grammatical tools at your disposal to communicate an idea. Oh, I just messed that up. to communicate an idea. And if you use, let's say, the common language, then you appeal to a broader audience. And if you use a whatever more academic language, you pick your audience and you tailor your message to that to be effective. And I think the same is true in art style. That if you know what you're doing and you want to communicate something effectively, then you make decisions on what would be the best, approach and the best, say, visual language. And so I don't know how I got off talking on style, but I think at some point in the process you start choosing for yourself what you would like to be your chosen methods of accomplishing or communicating the ideas that you want to communicate. I'm going to re-listen to this and be like, I don't know how I got off on that. Probably, assumed there was a question in there and then just went off. My apologies. I don't know how I got there. Because once I arrived at what I intended to say, then I thought, man, I'm not sure that was what you were asking. So, my apologies. Now, what in the world am I doing? That might have been something to think about hours ago. Hours. What am I even trying to make? Let's get like a foot-looking shape going on here. We don't want this to be too simple. And then I think this one is perhaps too... let's see if I want to adjust that gesture. Okay. Got a couple of mechs here. Do kind of want to mess with that one. Looking at the chat. Very interesting hint thought of missing the subtle things the most. Don't let me distract you anymore. This poor mech. Yeah, it's a mess. I like listening to it. The only people I can talk to art about is Spanish Discord group, and I don't speak Spanish. That would be rough. It's kind of hard to find groups, people interested in this stuff. There are some good groups. I might recommend. There's Warrior Painters. You might look at that one, or Lightbox Expo. So that's Warrior Painters and Lightbox Expo. Those are two good Discord groups. I'm sure there's more out there, but I would start there. And then the other thing you might consider is there are tons of artists who do Patreon accounts, and they have Discords for that, and many of those are very, very reasonable. Uh, I'm not going to quote any prices because it'll be dated and things will change, but um, I'm sure you could find like maybe $5 a month or more, depending on what they want to give you. There may be some that the free tier is what gets you in the Discord. But yeah, so you could find those maybe just by searching on Patreon. I've never really used Patreon personally. Like I see people put up their stuff and whatever, and I've set one up to kind of like test the waters, but never became a part of my day to day, or never really used it. But I do see artists that I really like and respect, and have even thought like, I'd like to learn some stuff from them. They have Patreons, and they're all very reasonable. So maybe we'll pull some up. We'll make that a thing. Here, let me find. Go on ArtStation, maybe. All right, so I'm going to pull this over, and we'll have a look-see. So, yeah, this dude, Jean Clessens. I don't know how to say his name, but somewhere in here he's going to have a maybe it was a blog post that he did. He doesn't do blogs. Somewhere in here he's got a link to his Patreon. Maybe we'll do like most recent one and see if he's got a link there. Maybe we just need to look him up. But yeah, just type that name in right there. I think that's Jean's Clessens. I just love this guy's work, and he does a drawing Patreon. Pretty sure they've got a Discord. And then one that I was looking at today was Satoshi Matsura. Also, he has a Discord. I believe he's got a Patreon. You can see if he's got a Discord on that. And so I would start there. I'd like to set up a Discord for what I'm doing here, but I think you got to work with people that that are already established. I'd like to set one up. We'll come back around to that. But if you want to get started now, look up some of those artists, and I'm sure there are others that you like and respect that have that already have a Discord set up. I like that these have a certain shape language to them. And so that might be different than the other stuff that we're doing, but I think I'm gonna lean into that here. Yeah, I don't know. I like that there's this flow that kind of brings you back into the character. I'm wondering if we can break it up a little bit, but you know, I don't want to destroy a good thing if it's working for us, you know. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I like that little swirly thing there. Maybe I'll bring it back. Can we relive the magic? Or is it all folly? Yeah, it looks kind of like a mouth. Gotta be careful with these things. They get mouthy. Is that the form that I want? I don't think so. I think I might rather have this come up and around. And then maybe whether I scoop this up, you know, so it's got like a shape there that brings that into the design, or whether we cut it out, you know, like this. Probably not optimal in terms of like, you know, if this were like a, well, I guess it's not really explicitly a battle machine. It doesn't have any weapons on it. But if it were, you would not want, you know, armor that would deflect a shell into an area that would catch it. You know, it's just an invitation for trouble. I hate that shape. It just looks stupid. Let's maybe try to give it some reason to be. I don't know. Yeah, this mech's got an existential thing going on. I need a reason to be. What am I? What is it to be a mech? I don't know, man. You gotta stop thinking about these things and just do the mech thing, you know? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, kind of interested in just copying that weird little motif. Maybe it's folly, you know. No, it looks like a face. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Yeah. See, I was starting to make that symmetrical, and then I changed my mind, thinking, you know, no, I don't want symmetry there. And then thinking, you know, what I'm doing though, inadvertently, is I'm using the same color, you know, and again, you know, ascribing some meaning to colors. If I've got this yellow, orange over here, and then I echo it over here, but then I don't do anything to make that like a rational, like a designed intent, full of intent decision, then it just looks off. Not asymmetrical in a happy way, asymmetrical in a do you even know what you're doing? That looks terrible kind of way, you know. Alright, I'm going to tone this down because this should not be the same intensity of the light source. Let's clean up that light a little bit. I like what I'm doing here as far as this palette. I think this should be pretty clean. Maybe. Come on. Struggling. you just need to bring it down in value. Just going too intense with it. So, just revisiting that comment in the chat there. It's got to be not a half bad way to learn a language, so hop on I mean, if you know the basics, I guess, hop on a Discord server and I don't know. Maybe you need the context. Maybe you need the visual context to help concretize it. But speaking as someone who never really seriously approached a foreign language or second language, would like to, but I just am lazy and don't have the need currently. So I tried kind of echoing that motif. I think I'm going to just turn this into a filled in shape, So if you, when I worked on, I used to work on helicopters at the factory, and it's interesting when you take things apart and you just see like, oh, okay, that actually really makes a lot of sense. Excuse me. And a lot of the things that seem like really highly technical greebles or whatever, like, I mean, yeah, there's instruments and devices and so forth, but really a lot of it is like just covered up, so it's like here's an aerodynamic or a protective covering for things. So there's really a lot of practical it's like necessity is what drives those designs. Like, okay, we need to have a radar, and we don't want that radar to mess up the aerodynamics, and we also don't want that radar being expensive or sensitive equipment. We don't want that to get smashed when you land or when someone's working on the aircraft or whatever, or if you have a bird fly into you or something. So you got to cover it with something. You could cover it with something aerodynamic, cover it with something that doesn't, the material doesn't block what the the function of whatever the device is. And then you also have to think like, okay, well, someone's got to work on this too, right? Like you got to be able to take this thing off and fix the components if necessary. And so then your little hatches and latches and all that good stuff. And so you think about that. You think about when you're designing something, a mech. You think, okay, there's a whatever it is, whether it's a hydraulic pump or whatever is in this part here, and it would just jut out and be exposed to the elements. But we're going to make a little housing for it that's somewhat shaped to fit its need. And then we'll say, okay, actually crew wise, someone's got to get on this thing and be able to pull it off. So then we'll add a little latch here, right? So give it a hinged area like so. It's also got to be manufactured, right? So you don't want to have something that's super complex. I mean, obviously we're dealing with like mech sci-fi stuff here, but generally you would decrease complexity so that it can be manufactured. So let's put our hinges on here. Maybe make those gray, and then gotta have a handle to get it open, right? So we'll do that right here. We'll have it recessed, right? It's down inside there. And then, sorry, those are hinges there, and then we'll do our latches here. And I'm not, as you can see, I'm not really detailing these much. I'm not making them these highly, like realistic, correct shapes and everything. Just kind of get the idea that there's a little thing that grabs on there, and then maybe like a little thumb depressor. Push that, and that'll crack the thing open, Let's maybe work our core shadow in here. A little too much. Get that bounce light in there. Put a little dent on it. What if you gotta get on top of this thing? Maybe you need like a no step. Or you don't want anybody getting on top of that. Or maybe you do. Maybe you want a grip. Little grippy pads there, Some of the parts of the helicopter would have like these little kick panels. So like if you needed to climb up here, so let's say we do like this, like the form, I'm sorry, let's do that again. Right here, the form changes. And we'll add a little edge there, do a little edge. Edge there. Let's just get this the form kind of worked out a little bit here. So we'll add a little bounce light there. back to our regularly scheduled program. We got this form change here. And then we're going to do just a little panel right here. And so what this was looked really just like that. And what you would do is you'd kick your foot into that, and it had little hinges right here. And that would push back, and then you have a little step with it, like a grip to get on. But then that had a spring in it, so it would push it right back, and then it would keep the kind of form factor and the aerodynamics of it. So maybe we do have one there, and then maybe we do like just a little flat pad right here. That's your next step. And we could even label it as such, Say, Eric, what are you doing? All these things there's so many other things you could be doing right now, rather than making a little goofy thing that says step. But this is what happens at 1 in the morning. Let's just carry that right on over to here. Maybe we'll. Here we go. We'll light it. Then we'll grunge it up. Add a little light in those recesses there. Maybe do a bounce light on that. Rim light, rather. And we'll put that catch light in the recess of that as well. Alright, I think I might need to push the values on that a little bit further, darken that up. I don't want it to look plasticky, but the really low contrast in the shadows doesn't help. we'll throw another latch here. So that was a whole lot of time for who knows what. When you look at it, you go, really? All that right there for no reason? Yeah. I don't know. Felt like illustrating the point. All right. Looking at the chat, great community. We have all our own channels. Where we post our progress as much as possible. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Maybe get some of these parts here. Sort it out a little bit. I think what I want, what I'm looking at here, I mean, this isn't working, but what I want for that is to have a, this round form for the knee, but then to have a stop, like a, have a bump stop type thing right here. Is that what they call that? I don't know. That's a part of a weapon, but the idea is that this, when it's fully extended, it can only extend to, wherever this stops it. I'll have those cast a shadow on there. Maybe throw a little rim light on that. Or not rim. What do you call it? Highlight? Whatever. All right. I'm going to echo the same thing over here. At least imply it. I don't really know what's going on there. I mean, sometimes I'll throw on those lines for like camo or paint or whatever, but then you gotta like rework the form. Gotta get it sorted out. Let's see, do we want highlights on that? I don't know. It's tempting to do, but probably not necessary. I think probably what would work better is just some correct looking shadow shapes. And giving it like a little bit of depth. Looking very plasticky, and I think that's partly a consequence of being a like really clean colors there. Like that's one color that goes through all that. So to break that up a little bit, and then to break up the edge, rather make the edge really thin so it doesn't look like this rounded part so much. And then I'll break up the highlight a little bit. That's good. Let's see. I don't know if I like that. So that cast a clearer shadow there. Have a soft form change there. With a hard shadow here. Maybe a little bit of light in that pit. Pits and peaks. What we're going for here. And here. Maybe we need to put a little bit of edge light in that. Maybe a little bit here, a little bit there. Clean up that shadow shape. Cast that shadow again. Maybe add some bolt recesses there and like something that would bolt that part on. Rim there. And I think this could be rounded out. Add a bit of edge light there. There. Do I want that? Probably not. All right, let's zoom out. It's funny. I don't know. It's like getting lost in the weeds when you look at the overall designs and then you zoom in on that one. So I would like to do something with this one. I don't know if I'm really got the patience for it tonight. And I think all of these would benefit from an overlay layer. Just to kind of punch values. I think it would help to punch these up without messing with the palette too much. So if I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, all right, where do I want to draw the eye and increase my contrast, right? So I'm gonna let's maybe establish this ground plane a little bit more. I might use some little like wedges of light here to like establish more space back there. Throwing just a little bit here is going to punch up that contrast and make that look more. It's going to just make it more punchy. Draw your eye into it more. Do I want to punch that up? I don't think so. I don't like that. Just testing punching that shadow up. It actually lowers the contrast by bringing it up, so I might do that. I'll leave it kind of contrasty at the contact point. And let's see where I want to kind of bring in like rich color. There's an opportunity there to get this nice like pop of color. and high contrast against that shadow. And then maybe, do I want that cockpit to be brighter, or do I want maybe just the top? I like that, where it just kind of softly goes up to this, that warmth at the top. I do like that. Do I want that to catch light? I don't think that's necessary. I think maybe this, like I like that part and that component. It's getting kind of linear in terms of like, I'm seeing do like that, you know? So you get this like pattern, like a central, it's kind of like just a triangle, you know, which is okay, but do I want, you know, to kind of scatter that, have the eye bounce around from, you know, maybe more of a zigzag, less of a triangle. Okay, so I got that, and then I'm gonna switch over to a darker color and just pump the shadows in a few spots here. Like what's going on there. I think I want that cockpit to be a little more contrasty. And I think I might be going too heavy with this, but we'll see if we can blend it in. In the background, I don't want to go quite as heavy, but I don't, I think it's like, something's bothering me about that background. So let's see if we can make it a little bit more interesting. I'm a little worried, concerned doing this here that we're actually decreasing the separation between the background and foreground. I mean, we're like pumping up the value for sure, but that background we had really desaturated. We're bringing up the saturation by this overlay. But we'll step back and see what it looks like. So that, let's see, right here. There's a way to save states in Photoshop. You can like hit that button or something. Go there to there. I think I prefer this mostly. I think I liked the sky being richer, but wasn't a huge fan of that lower region being pink. Just made it too like, it just pulled it forward, made it too like important, I guess. So we're just gonna try to make that sky a richer orange yellow, and then see if we can do a cutoff, you know. What do you mean a cutoff? What are you talking about, Eric? Speak a language we can all understand. I'm not even really sure what I meant. I think I meant a horizon line? I don't know. Nope. I don't really like that. Don't much like it at all. Sometimes, oddly enough, sometimes I make an assessment and then I do the opposite. And it turns out to be the right thing. So let's see what that looks like. We just go, hey, you know, that thing that I didn't really like when I was messing with it, let's just let that take over. And we won't make the sky nicer. I mean, by nicer, I mean brighter, richer, pinker, whatever. Instead, we'll just make this background more intense. And I have a sneaking suspicion I'm not going to like that either. I like that it's brighter, but I don't like the intensity. So we could just lower this to like a gray, move it over here, and just start coming here, running gray. That's probably the right choice. I don't know. I don't know about this painting. Let's go darker on the ground plane. I don't know, it does a little bit for my bad attitude. All right, let's do another one. We'll do overlay, and we'll start playing with some of these other ones. Like this one here, that pink, I think that could change. Actually, I like the idea of this kind of being like backlit a little bit, you know, so you get this bright light here, and then it's like casting down these reflections here, reflecting on the hanger floor, whatever we want to call that. And maybe we give that a harder silhouette there. And then this is like a cloud fog type thing that I've got illuminated, and I want it to just kind of fall off as it comes up towards the top. Yeah, maybe we should have a little bit of a bloom. And then we'll do the opposite, you know, the darker, and then we'll let's darken it up and see if we create a nice, strong silhouette. Let me clean up that edge a little bit there. Here we go. It's messing a little bit with color, so I want to be careful. And by I want to be careful, I mean I probably should be, but instead I'm doing whatever it is that I'm doing right now. All right. It's really different. I don't like how it kind of flattened this out a little bit, so I think I'll try to bring that back a little bit, give these a little bit more dimension. I don't want to go too far, because you go too far and then completely break the illusion of the natural light and the environment. talking about, Eric? Natural light? I don't see where's the natural light? Where is it? Is this what we're calling a natural light? Looks pretty unnatural to me. I kind of like it. I like almost like it. I like how soft all of this is in here. I don't really care for the background as much. And then this, I think it improves that background. You get that, increased punch on the reflections and stuff, but it's not quite doing it for me. We'll maybe go halfsies. Meet you halfway. But on which side of halfway? And I think maybe a color balance would be in order for that one. Okay, another overlay for this dude, that dude, the other dude. Just do it all, whatever. Bring that up in value. Down underneath. Let some of that come up a little bit. I'm not sure what needs to happen with that pink. And then here, I think I'm just going to use this to reestablish a clearer delineation of the form change, so that has a harder shadow there. So we can see right where the core shadow is, like right where the edge turns. Just harder shadows, that's all I'm saying. Harder shadows. And bring back my light value. Maybe bump up a couple of these. Again, you mess with the softness and the subtlety, you make it clearer. Can't always just lower the opacity to get the middle ground. Sometimes that actually just makes it muddier. But I think I'm okay with that. Do I want more going on here? As kind of grody as that looks, I kind of like it because it makes it less happy and clean. It makes it a little more grungy. Don't like that. Okay. Yeah. Still on the stream. Welcome. Thanks for joining in today. I've been meaning to get a hold of you, actually. Might send you some tanks. Let me know if you're interested in that. Once you're all set up. Send something your way. Let's see here. I want to increase that value. Okay. Might be getting a little too cartoony. But it's not beneath me. I think I'd rather increase the value behind that and push those forward just by being darker shapes. I think that makes more sense. Okay, push this up a little bit. Push that back. Do we want to? Push that up a little bit. Yeah, okay. I like that, I think. This dude. What am I gonna do with you? Let's see, I can do overlay. And we can start playing with some of those ideas. Getting kind of a core light here. Did I say core light? What in the world am I talking about? I don't know. It's late. I'm tired. I think this, before I really get into it, I think I'll do this a little bit just to kind of like balance the value a little bit. As odd as that is to balance with the overlay layer. But I'm gonna approach it that way, I think, so that I can come back in. We'll do a paint over on top of this. If I've got it in me today. Oh no. Can't start singing. That's when you know things have gone too far. Once the music starts eking its way out of your soul, you've lost control. Alright, so I'm thinking we decrease that saturation. Start bringing this in as kind of just a neutral gray. And how do I want to... I don't want to see this. So, like, part of this is, okay, this could be just these interesting alien fiddly bits, right? And then I kind of want to integrate that with, like, maybe don't hold me to it, but like maybe like a netting, you know, like a ghillie suit kind of thing. Yeah. Let's get this. I don't know. I don't want to just surface this thing. I kind of want to, like, how do we turn this into like a design, you know? Don't just want a box there. Not just a box. Can't be doing that. You can start with a box, but you mustn't end there. Watch me end with a box. I'll do it. All right, I think we'll wipe that one out. You're not necessary. Famous last words. And let's see, I'll go. Develop some kind of a shape here. Kind of look like nostrils, but I can dig. All right, so let's redesign this to where we've got kind of a square on the front, and then I want it to work its way in, and then maybe I don't know what we want that to be. That went from like almost a cool shape to, oh, it's just a ball. Okay, so let's flatten some of these things out. We'll go a little roundy round up top and then flatten once we get to the bottom. Checking back on the chat. My man's Phil sent me here. This man is industry state. I'll shoot you a text call sometime this week or next. Yeah, yes. Do that. I will. I would love to send you some tanks. I want to hear from you about, you know, where you're at and on the process and everything. it's exciting. It's a cool venture. I'm sure it's tons of work. So lots to talk about. Thanks for hopping in tonight and sending people over. That's fun. Phil is my cousin. Family. And family. You gotta send each other tanks if you've got them. This is a moment to pitch Fantastic Tanks. It hardly goes by without getting there, you know. Yeah, Phil is working on a collectibles shop, toys, if I understand correctly. I don't know if you're planning to do like any kind of game assets or anything like that. But anyway, Fantastic Tanks is a little toy project that I've been working on with a couple other guys. I've got Adam Barna and Joel Malindwa and Tim Pascalis are all artists and co-conspirators on Fantastic Tanks. And yeah, so we got some things in the works. I keep dropping hints that I want to show what we're doing. Not quite ready to show the latest project, but where we've been with it, we've had a pretty good following from the toy photographer community, and so we've developed some larger versions of the models to facilitate that photography. Because it can be tricky to photograph really small, detailed stuff. It just it kind of takes it to the next level of lenses and kind of technical approach, and also just interest. Not everyone is interested in doing really small macro photography. And so anyway, we did some larger versions of the models to accommodate that, and we got some other tank designs coming. I've been playing with a whole bunch of different things. It's no secret because I've done it right on this channel that we've used Midjourney AI to like explore some tank ideas. I think it's worth mentioning that even though I really enjoy that, and I think there are like interesting results that come out of Midjourney. As far as the tanks go, we can get some like unexpected forms, unexpected interpretations of the concept or the idea, but at the end of the day, it never makes a character. It never turns the tank into like oh, I see, it's a chicken, or it's a it's a typewriter, or it's a telephone, it never feels like that kind of anthropomorphized living thing, which is what we're always going for, And so I'm not just saying this to be dismissive of it. I like it as a tool, and as just the experience of like you get a little kick out of you input an idea, or you think something's funny, or you think like, oh, that let's like write it this artist's name, and maybe we'll see if it comes up with an interesting style choice or something. And you get that little dopamine hit when it when something cool results. But it's fleeting. It really is. It's not quite there for me as a tool. It's not. It's not going to be too useful. There are some things I'm working on with it. That's a whole other ball of wax from Midjourney to Fantastic Tanks. Like I interested in Midjourney's potential for like textures and that sort of thing. But so for Fantastic Tanks, we've generated some ideas, and there were some actually pretty cool ones. Like sometimes what I'll do is I'll take an idea that we've already done, and then throw the prompt in Midjourney and see how it interprets it differently. And so a cool one recently was a squid tank, and like we had already done that, and it was neat to see just like a totally different take on it. But anyway, so the tanks, we got some new designs coming that I bring all that up to say that like we've been playing with that, we've been thinking about it. That's not news really, but it's something that we kind of came to this conclusion of like, yeah, okay, there's some fun things about it, but it's really missing the heart and soul of what we really like about Fantastic Tanks. And so I think we've kind of brought that to a conclusion. The new tanks that we're working on, one is kind of a technical challenge. It's a fish tank of all things, and it's one that we're gonna have to like adjust the way that we do the manufacturing and the parts for. I've got a plan, but it will just take a little time to implement. Looking at the chat again. Can you do my logo in your style? I don't know what that would look like. I mean, painting and logos are kind of two different things. That's something that I've definitely come to admit that, like, I did a project a year, maybe 2 years ago now, where I did all the illustrations for this project in a very painterly style, and then we got to like, hey, you did all the other art for this. Why don't you do the logo? And it was awful. I'm not very good at logos. I can do some logos. It kind of depends on the. This is, in my opinion, coming from someone who admittedly is not good at logos. I think for me it depends on the industry and kind of the industry standard or expectation. So you get like, the Nike logo or something is such a simple, like iconic thing, right? And then if you're just doing like a local thing, there's a different expectation for like what you would see at like a diner or something, as opposed to like an online or corporate thing. Yeah, so there's different say stratospheres of logo design, and I know the one that I'm no good at. So I think I'm going to need to put in a few orders with you. Love me some concept art. Fantastic Tanks the game, I'd play it. And a fish tank. It's an abstract idea, and I'd love to see it jazzed up with some imagination. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll we'll see more ways in which fantastic tanks can be applied. Like when I did the concept art, you know, like the uh, digital paintings and stuff. I took it to a show in PA called it LuxCon. It's like just an illustration convention, and it was very well received. But that was like one of the comments. You know, a lot of people like picked up the tanks and they're like, "What do I do with these?" You know, like is this a game? Is this a you know like I think the theme is well received, and it just needs that tangible like what am I supposed to do? You know, like I want to interact with this and I want to do that in a familiar way. So like that was actually something that I think I needed. I needed to see that. I needed to see people pick up the tanks and not think of them as a concept artist. You know, like I'm looking at them and thinking, I like the idea, the feel, the world. It just doesn't matter to me whether that's, you know, a cartoon or a video game or a board game or whatever, you know. But that's not necessarily how most people view things, right? Like, I'm just coming to the realization that, like, okay, I'm looking at it that way because that's my job, that's my frame of reference of how I approach these things. And one of the examples was like we had someone purchase a tank, and they also got the concept art with it, and they explicitly stated that was so that they could you know, copy it, like paint the tank to copy the concept art. And it absolutely makes sense, but like that was never really in my view because I was thinking of the tanks as like a medium to do whatever you feel like, you know, like paint it like a zebra, paint it like a taxi, paint it, you know, whatever, it doesn't matter, like an alien. But no, it's just not. It's not how most people work. And so, anyway, it was really insightful for me to go to the show, put it in some people's hands, and have that feedback on how to like better introduce or better how is it better bring the audience along for the vision. And put a little like Fleer ball up there. Okay, let's clean this up over here. We got ourselves a mess. Okay, I've got to figure that shape out. That's coming up. Let's see, this comes down. This. I don't mind that shape so much. I just I don't know. I do not know. It needs something clearer going on here. One thing I do not really do that much is do clean drawings. You know, a lot of people will do really nice clean drawings before they get into painting. I always kind of figure that I'm going to change everything anyway, so it's kind of fun to explore it, you know, as you go. I mean, let's see, just kind of paraphrasing my thinking on it. I have found though that some of the drawings that I really like, or some of the paintings that I like that I've done, when I look back over my previous work, they are paintings that I developed from a more detailed drawing, and that tends to be, for me, tends to come out of the tools that I'm choosing to use. So if I draw with a Copic marker, I will tend to approach that as like a slow build-up. So I'll start with like a really light gray, and then I'll build up a little bit darker, then I'll bring in the black, you know. And then maybe when I bring that into the PC, then I'll, you know, reintroduce some of the white in areas that I didn't quite want it. So that's one method. And then if I use like just a typical pencil, that will be I'll use the side of the pencil to bring in kind of the major block in the major forms and stuff. And then that ends up being a little rough, a little more, I don't really want to say painterly, but I'm thinking about shadows and that sort of thing. But then if I do a mechanical pencil, then I just almost always end up in this like just much cleaner shapes. You know, the shadows, I'm thinking about them more like shapes instead of like just a brush stroke. Because with a mechanical pencil, you've got to like design where you want your lights and darks, and then like do like hashing to bring it in. And so if that's your approach, then you're just much more mindful about those shapes, and then cleaner, kind of cleaner delineations between them. And so anyway, I find that when I do larger drawings with mechanical pencils, then those lend themselves to more finely detailed paintings, and perhaps I would say even more thought goes into making it designing the shapes. Sorry, I'm trying to use my brain and talk at the same time. It's difficult. Having some struggles. So yeah, that's actually, you know, I know I bring that up a lot, but that's I think essentially just the difference between being in kind of an exploratory mode, which is what happens when I'm using paint. I just feel like I can explore ideas, paint it back over if I don't like it. And when I'm drawing, particularly with mechanical pencils, or if I'm doing even Copic markers, because of the permanency of the mark, I think a lot more about what I'm doing. I slow down a bit, and that can be you know, it's just a totally different thing to explore versus to like carefully design. I think I need more practice in careful design in my life. I've just spent a lot of time doing, you know, YOLO, just whatever. Get the painting started, see what happens, and I've generally been happy with that. But I do think it has its limits. You know, it's not won't get you everywhere. Let's see. I've made this kind of nose-like, and I don't know if I like that. And I'm generally reluctant to throw in a ton of lights and like glowing things. I think it's just overdone and not really in line with any like real use. No real functional thing. I don't want that to look like eyes either. Let's nuke that line and see. I mean, it's still nostril-like. Don't think there's really any way of getting around that. I might change the shape. Then we need to change the shape here as well. So let's see if this is like, say you had like a cannon in there or something. So you need this groove on the outside of it. There's no way of getting around making this look like a nostril. In fact, it may even be more nostril-like. And then, let's see, so then we want this to represent that shape, right? So we need that curvature. And then I think we'll just turn the form so this is more of a block there rather than like a plate, you know. Let's see. Now it almost looks like eyes. Man, this is hard. Maybe we just need to add more circles in there. Amp it up. Looking at that chat, there's a place called Summer Downpour by that really resonated with me while I was in the hospital going through a rough time. Are you familiar? Definitely within your skill set. I'm not familiar. I'll have to check that out. This thing reminds me a bit of a Halo Flood Spore. It does kind of have a little bit of a Uh, not just Bungie, but that, you know, that kind of sci-fi world. I was thinking, what's that game? Oh, I forgot. I spacing on the name. It's like Warframe or something like that. Kind of has that like ZBrush vibe to it. The minions from Despicable Me should drive fantastic tanks. Yeah, I got some ideas for. I don't know if in a previous stream I showed these chickens that I put in. Let me see. 1 second. Let me find that. So there's a couple of them. This is what we did in the previous stream. That dude, this guy, little chicken, and then let's see. There's some more here. This guy. So there's a unfolding world here. But as far as them being driven, the tanks themselves, I've imagined being they're more characters, you know. So they think like cars or planes, you know, the Pixar movies. You know, I'm not really going for the same vibe, but at least the idea that they are like their own kind of sentient things. That's what's going on there. All right, let's see. We did try drivers early on. We put in some human characters, you know, riding on the tanks, and what it ended up doing. This is just an interesting thing with any of these kind of projects. Is it made it feel like the tanks were just vehicles and the story was about the people. And I know that, you know, generally speaking, when you're doing any kind of storytelling piece, you want to have these relatable characters so that there's like a character that we live the story through, if that makes sense. And in this world, fantastic tanks, you know, that's the tanks. And so, as much as I thought it might improve it, and it follows kind of conventional wisdom for, you know, art in the art world, it kind of broke the magic of it, you know, and so I had to go. You know, there are some things you make a meaningful decision to edit it out, you know, decide that that's okay, that's not the direction I'm headed with this thing. And so yeah, that was one we figured out actually pretty early on. I'll have to look up this piece that you mentioned. Summer Downpour by Leonid Afremov. I'll look that up after the stream. Is this a current artist or is this one that's survived from antiquity? I mean the artwork, not the artist. What am I doing here? I'm gonna turn that edge. And turn this edge like So it's almost looking like a mask there. I want to be careful about that. Could darken those up. They are in shadow, after all. All right, let's figure out these little gear type shape things. What am I doing with these? Oh no, those look like nostrils. You can't escape it. You cannot. The nostrils turned into eyes. The eyes needed something to augment them. The augmentations turned into nostrils. Slippery slope. I think part of it's the symmetry. Let's see, I got I'm gonna frame that in somehow. I want to make this like kind of a different component, and originally that was being accomplished by having it be a different color, and now I think we need to address that in a different way. Yeah, it's not. I don't know. All right, I gotta get some reference app or something and think about how I want to do this. I like the idea of like the what do they call that? The fear of holes. And not that I want to mess with anybody's phobias or whatever, but I want to make this thing almost sponge-like, like it's got all these cavities and things going on. See, I want this to be like, maybe like that. Cast a little shadow there. maybe open up a little area here. And we could recess this whole thing like that. Could be kind of oriented this way. I don't know about that. That was a strange and needless little squiggle right there. I suppose most of these are. It was a strange and needless squiggle. Alright, we're losing some form here, so we gotta make sure we stay on top of that. Should we just homogenize this with a single kind of color in there? Blend that up. Go a little darker over here. I guess we don't need that harsher shadow there. That's again starting to look more like a iris, like proportionally, you know, it's sometimes you can't win. I suppose we could make that, we could bring this down, and just make it like a different shape. This has got to get smoothed out here. This is getting too shiny. I don't think. Okay, I don't think that's necessary right there because I've got this cutout right here, right? And don't really want to have one right behind it. I might lift this up a little bit off the surface. Let's see, so we gotta bring in a light there, here. Let me zoom in a little bit, see what I'm talking about. So this here, we want like a edge there and there. And like an inner edge there. This is probably all right. Let me reestablish that ring there. And then the top plane. Maybe widen that up a little bit. Here, zoom out. It just looks like it's full of holes. Where were we before all of this? Right, these three, right? So that was a much different looking thing. Had that like crossbeam thing. All right, I think I want to clean up a little bit of this. And I think that's just going to be a matter of having colors be simplified. Dum-ba-dum-dum. Still fighting back that sea shanty song, you know? Let's have that be one shape there. Go around here, maybe bring a little bit of value onto that. See, you know, I was just talking about this with a friend of mine about implying things and then going through and detailing and all that, and just the detailing can actually just kill it. It can just make it, you know, the implication allows your brain to fill in all of these gaps. You know, it's like you get the big picture and then your mind just says, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. You got, you know, this, that, and the other thing, and it's not really there. It's like your brain just kind of fills it in. And then once you're actually on the task of, no, we're really gonna fill it in, we're gonna make it make sense, and then it's like, oh boy, yeah, this is a monumental task. But who's up to the task? Not me. There we go. I just start leading in with that humming that little opening line. And I'm like, oh, don't do it. Don't do it. Maybe someday we'll get to the point where I've got the rapport to do a sea shanty song, but it's not a healthy place to start, folks. All right, let's. I think I want to bring some color into those. These guys right here. Differentiate them by color. Oh, now they really look like eyes. Now we're gonna have to like view the whole kit and caboodle. That's right, the entire caboodle. Yeah, now it just looks like a smiley. Man, I'm just out of control tonight. I just can't stop the hidden face disaster. I think it's built into the system, everybody. It's built into the system. Now, I don't want this up here to look like it's supposed to be, you know, a dude or something. Every time I zoom out and then I have a look at it again, it says to me like a little Marine up there manning a gun. And that is not what I want. Now it's like a little goofy robot manning a bun. Manning a bun. Manning the man bun. All right, let's get this thing wrapped up. It's 2 a.m. Eric's got to get some sleep, and I'm not going to be able to sleep if this machine is calling to me to be finished. Now I don't want to see. There's the temptation to like show everything that you've got. Oh yeah, there's a joint down there, and it's gonna be. You know, I think we'll just kind of push all this back, make it obscure. Can't really tell what's going on back there. I think that would be just fine. Some implication that there's some, you know, a little light is catching there, giving us a read on some of these parts. That is one of the ways that concept artists cheat. Now, it's a perfect way to cheat legitimately if you're painting and you just want to like make an image that is interesting and engaging. You know, let the imagination do the work, just like I was saying before. However, when you're doing concept art to describe to a team what needs to be made, cheating's kind of bad. Because then you're just showing like, hey look, doesn't this look cool? But you're not really helping anybody make it. So I want these little acolytes like climbing this like little ramp to go up into the, maybe we'll put a there we go, handlebars. All right, over here, let's clean up some of those shapes. I don't know. I don't want to get too controlling over this. I want to leave it a little bit loose. But I want to show you know, these turns in the form. You know, that you're looking at this mech leg from a side angle. All right. Now looking at the chat again. How is it that with this style my brain can see it as messy and smeared respectfully? Yep. Totally what it is, but also super detailed at the same time. Does your brain as a viewer just assume the details? Yes, absolutely. I mean that's the trick. You know, you got to get to a certain threshold, but there's a degree to where you imply texture and you imply shadows. And then, you know, that's just kind of how we interpret the world, is through these, mainly through shadows and light shapes. And so, yeah, the goal is to get the brain to see form. When, I mean, really, it's an illusion no matter which way you look at it. It's a two-dimensional plane, a canvas, you know, with shapes of paint on it. And yet we read them as objects. So all of that comes through as light and shadow, basically. And there's other little tricks that kind of push things forward and push things back, and like into focus and out of focus. And different ways that you can do that with how light or dark it is, the contrast, and soft edges and that sort of thing. So yeah, so there are different approaches to painting. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier with doing detailed paintings with like a pencil drawing, starting with a pencil drawing and then painting it, versus like just jumping in with blocks of color and doing those blocks of color and then blocking in shadow shapes That's kind of been my approach for a long time, and that's what it's really banking on is the perception of form and the perception of detail. And I have a theory that your imagination is never wrong. Like the viewer, if you give the viewer enough to have the illusion, their imagination makes something better than what you could spend a week making yourself, you know? And yes, there are artists who do an awesome job detailing things. I was just talking with a friend of mine today. He's another concept artist and painter, and he does really detailed work, and spends a lot of time working everything out, right? And we were just kind of trading thoughts on that. I think that it would be good for me to practice that more. I think I would learn a lot of things. I'm in the habit of kind of throwing. I mean, I hate to say optical illusions, but like really just kind of throwing down the largest swath of color and then the most basic shadow shape, and then throwing in some texture and some implication of detail. And if that works for you, then don't kill the magic by rendering it out, you know. So yeah, that's a good question. Trypophobia, I think. Trypophobia. That's the fear of holes. Bill says, "Hey man, I'm headed off to bed. I'll sure get a hold of you soon." Yeah, this will be good. It'll be good. I think I'm gonna wrap this up here soon. I'm gonna do a few things here to clean up, some of these edges. Actually, I kind of like the effect of that. A little bit of ghosting halo effect there. But people will cry out. They need clarity. So again, like, this shape here, if I just, cut into it, then now you've got this implication of form, because light's hitting this, but it's casting a shadow in these other areas, or at least that's how it's perceived. And that's the beauty of it all. Just how simple it can be. What do I want to do here? I think. And let's grab some of this gray. That's actually too bright. It's crazy, that relative kind of scale there. See how dark this looks compared to that bright, but then you bring it over here and it's just too bright. It's a relative game. Should we turn this into more of a foot-like structure? Again, just a little bit to imply it. Don't want to get too crazy. And this might actually be not simple enough. Look, if we I don't know. I kind of like that shape. It might be too much. I don't know. Back here, we'll push that down in value, I think. So there's a little bit of implication of what's going on, but nothing too defined. And then, do we want to change this shape here? So that this has more of a, I don't know, functional foot kind of look. Right now it's like kind of this long crab leg type claw thing, which is fine. I do not mind that. But then again, the gesture is important. You know, that it looks like it's kind of following this form. Excuse me. I might address this. Make that a, I don't know what I want that to be. Maybe like a little handle looking thing. I think we can kind of twist this form a little bit by adding some shadows in there, maybe bringing a little bit of light onto it. How about this olive color there? Okay. Hmm. Alright, let's grab this little brown color here. We'll start to just kind of bring it in really gently into the bounced light. Get that bounce light in here on the bottoms of these forms there. Alright, and then I think I might want to add in, let's see, do we even like that first? It's okay. I'm gonna bring it down a little bit. Okay, and then clarifying some of these things here. Let me grab that bright value. Everything ends up looking kind of plasticky. We need to give that a sharper edge, I think. get like the universal greeble shape there. All right, I don't mind it, but I think this needs to be darkened up. Hey, Morris. Hey, Morris is in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Says you're still up. This is most interesting though. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yes, I am still up. It is. Oh man, it's 2:30 here on the East Coast. I gotta get my priorities in line and go to bed. But I appreciate you joining in. Yeah, I'm almost. I think I'm almost to the end of it. I just. I don't know. There's some threshold I want to get past. Can't quite put my finger on it. You know, I was just thinking about you today, Morris. I was showing some 3D printing work, and I was thinking about showing that model you made. I actually decided not to, just because I thought in the context, I didn't want people to think that I was taking credit for the model when I wanted to show the 3D printing work. But I thought, yeah, that was a fun project, and it'd be kind of cool to take it a step further if you're interested. Did you happen to paint the model? Excusez-moi. I think I need to darken this up a little bit here. Let me zoom in. I want that to just look a little bit cleaner. Ooh. Yawn. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna check back in on the chat. Thanks for giving me your thoughts. Haven't gotten a chance to paint the model. This new job requires quite a bit of me. Well, I mean, it's good reasons. You know, when you're busy with work, good. It's good. Glad you found something. Um, we'll have to catch up a little bit after the stream. For painting, do you do any airbrushing, or were you planning to hand paint it, if at all? I mean, you don't. Obviously, you don't have to paint it if you don't want to, but just curious. Let's see. Should we make these little jingle jangles? There. Now they got some shape to them, some depth. All right. Well, there are so many things we could do, but we could add some color. I'm tempted to just like cut into it because I've just got this like ball shape, you know. I'm tempted to just like you know, take this background color and just cut in like that. You know, maybe grab some. There we go. That shadow color. Bring this around. I don't know, but now it's got this like weird shape there. Maybe I don't know, maybe we'll morph that into a even weirder shape. You know, bring it in like so. Okay, and then maybe the other side we do something similar. We got that shape right there, so we cut this out. Maybe straighten these out and move it back so that it's got more of a different kind of curvature to it. We're gonna chat. It's been ages since I've airbrushed. I could get some more brushes at the local games workshop if need be. Yeah, I mean, if that's again, I don't want to push you, but I would love to see what you do with it in a in a physical format. You know, you do the texturing on the 3D models. You know, and so it's not much of a jump. You know, it takes a little bit of like you said, you have to get used to it again, but I think that'd be pretty cool. right, what's going on here? Are we going to make this an actual shape or no? I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I might just turn some of these forms and make it kind of go down underneath there. So we get a nice circle type looking thing. Sphere, less of a shell and more of a, I don't know, spheroid shape. Maybe, let's see, that comes in there, so maybe it does need to. Gotta interface somehow. Let me see if I can clean that up a little bit. I feel like you could make this out of washers, you know? But I think it's a decent foundation for once you start cutting these shapes out, making them into more complex shapes, I think we could do something interesting. For example, turn that form a little bit there. It's funny because that takes us right back to where we were like an hour ago. Oops. Let's go a little bit darker and desaturate with that. That's a little better. Let's lighten up some of these values in here. They're farther back. And actually, some of this too, it's too much there. Okay, and then I don't know, I'm kind of feeling like one more form change overall. Like, I don't know, something in here. Take all this. That is what that is right there. Whatever that means. I got this here. Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of thinking like if I take this here, just give that a little bit more. A little bit more of a shape there. Maybe we'll bring in that edge light. How do I want to turn these? For this, I think I'll have, it's coming out. I don't like that. Let's see, let's grab that orangish color. Bring that back in here. Actually, let's go. Can we go even darker? We sure can. And then here. Maybe go even a little lighter. All right. Something like that, I think. Actually, I might just redo that shape. I think we need to get rid of this thing right there. Clean that up. All right, let's do, I think I'm gonna do like some color balance and stuff like that. I've been staring at this thing for forever. All right, so let's start with the overlay because that is what we do. And then I'm thinking I want to bring some cools into this. I want to be careful not to go too heavy, you know, because then we get that really high contrast. And let me actually zoom out for this. I'm looking at the whole image rather than just little fiddly bits, right? Gotta be careful. Those fiddly bits, they will deceive. All right, so let's switch to our darker color. So we're gonna bring that in. It's gonna warm things up too, so again, tread carefully. All right, let's zoom in again. So it kind of brings the focus into here. Let me tighten it up just a little bit. Just tighten in the screws. All right, let's lower that opacity. Yes, I think that goes maybe a little too far. I'm on the 80%. I think looks pretty good. I think some curves and a color balance would be in order. So let's go right there. We got these images overlapping each other. Okay, so we will do curves. Took me a second. I got this, brain that doesn't exactly do anything. getting us close to that olive drab feel and a different kind of material feel on there. I mean, it's not. I don't know. It's it makes a difference. Maybe in that 70% range. Let's go all the way. 100, 60. Yeah, I think we'll keep it at 60 there. And then we'll go curve, or no, color balance. Same mask. Yep. And kind of like that. I like the olive drab look. I think that we will be ending up putting a bit of blue into this image to round out the grays. Get those grays kind of looking punchier against the greens and oranges. It's kind of fun. Makes it look like it's, in this, like in a hole or something with some sunlight directly on it. Yeah, maybe we'll do something like that. See, color, normal, luminosity, color. All right, somewhere in there, I think. Now let's do our color balances on the other one, other images. So let's take all of that. Let's group that. That's that one. So look back at our original sketch. I mean, that was pretty rough, but I got the idea across, and then we fleshed it out. Okay, so now let's do this guy. Right there. Now that I'm looking at it with eyes adjusted to what I was just seeing. somewhere in there, maybe. And then let's do the next one. Never really came back to paint this one. This is just whatever we started with. Okay, do the next one. I think we're probably actually pretty good on the light value, unless we want to arrange the composition more structured. Hmm. Very subtle change, but I kind of like it being a little more green like that. Okay, and actually, do we want the curves? Nope. Don't think so. All right, let's do this guy. Start with the curves. I don't know, I actually like a couple of these options. So I'm going to zoom out so I can see it. There, I think we'll go with that. And then we'll go color balance. Okay, maybe somewhere in there. Lower the effect of that a little bit. Let's zoom in on this guy. Let's see what we got. Okay. That's actually not doing a whole lot. Okay, let's do another curves, maybe? I'm trying to figure out really exactly what I want to be doing to this. I want to bring up, I think, I want to bring up the value of the shadows, but it might make more sense just to nuke that. Alright, so there's option 1. The option 2 here where we bring up the detail on the shadows. At least that's the idea. That's kind of fun, making it like a later evening scene. Oh, that wasn't particularly helpful. I had the that curves going on all the layers. And so the histogram was not giving us anything of value. I don't know. Like I like it, but it's like a totally different style than the other ones. And by like it, I mean actually, you know, the form language kind of drives me a little bit crazy. That was the floor, by the way. That was a floorboard. I promise you. That's not. I don't know. That's not really doing it for me so well. This guy. What's that? Ooh. I hate to do this, but I think that needs another color balance. Just give us something really different. It's totally just going to be more of the same. I'm sure that's how I roll. Let's try that. And we'll grab all those because they're... Yeah, it's just making such a huge difference. Kind of just like the original. Okay. Maybe the original's just got other issues going on. I'm gonna make it untenable. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I fell asleep like 3 times while doing that, so my apologies for the most boring color balancing of all time, complete with some snoring and so forth. So. All right. So we've got 1 mech, 2 mech, 3 mech, 4. Mech full of holes. And that will do it for tonight. All right, so thank you for joining in. Just checking back on the chat to make sure I'm up to date. Work on painting. My painting game might fall behind in that regard. Yeah, if you're still there, Boris, let me know if you want any, want to discuss it at all and need any refreshers or whatever. I mean, I can't say that I'm, that I've got all the knowledge or anything like that, but I have been doing airbrush painting more frequently, with the tanks. So if there's any way that I can help, let me know. All right. Oh, you are still here. Good. Oh, excuse me. I am tired. It is 3:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I should go to bed. So I think we'll wrap it up here. More, so I'll catch up with you on Discord, and we'll have a more specific conversation than we can have here on the live stream. But yeah, I really appreciate you dropping in, and yeah, we'll yeah, right now you're right. It's I'm tired. It's late. We'll catch up sometime this week or early next week. But, all right. Well, that's it for tonight. This was kind of fun doing a handful of mechs, and it was different. It was different, but it was a fun little ride. All right. Thank you for joining in, and we'll see you all again, hopefully next week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, roughly. It's, plus or minus, well, mostly minus an hour. Sometimes I, it's a little slower getting the kids to bed and everything. But, yep, that'll do it for, goodness, that'll do it for tonight. Thank you for joining, and have a good night.